Hello, everybody, and welcome to Snap Together Saturday, the real one. The one before was not the real one, if that wasn't clear by that. Anyway, tonight I'm building from the Netflix series Gundam Requiem, I'm building the HG High Grade RX-78 parentheses G in parentheses E Gundam EX. It's a mouthful. It's the usual Gundam, but seen from Zeon's point of view, basically, in a real twisted design, is my understanding. I haven't actually watched the movie or the show, whatever it is, yet, but the design stood out to me as that's an interesting twist on the Gundam, so I bought it, and I'm going to build it, and I've also got the Zaku that goes with it for next week or whenever. That's another story. I'm a little deep in this rabbit hole now. Anyway. I've already taken everything out of the box, so I'm just going to switch views here so you can see what I'm looking at. Which is not a very good view of what I'm looking at. I've got whatever. I've got the sprues right here, and my sorter organizer thingamabobber. I'll clear off some desk space here. I will not be needing most of these markers for an entirely gray robot. I'm off my desk. Get the masking tape. Safe panel liner for later.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. Vertex would be here, but his computer is dying. Nice screen organizer. Zaylert Zombie Esther. Vertex would be here, but his computer is dying. Nice screen organizer.
Computer is dying. That's not good. Please die. That's unfortunate. Rip Vertex's computer. You can watch over your shoulder or something. Cut the swaps out of the way. Just need my basic tools. Cutters, sanders, knife. This is possibly unlikely. That should do it for now. If I have anything else, I will retrieve it. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Cougar, didn't you already stream earlier today? And you're right, I did. That was just to finish off what I was doing earlier. I think I did not post them in your chat, so that was finished last night's build, but I built the Boom Boomger Robo, which is the Megazord from last year's Sentai, and here it is with the last two robots from Sentai. Mini platform. And then today's Sentai just premiered. This year's Sentai just premiered today. I'll watch it later. But yeah. Okay. Do not need this thing to be too tall because it's getting in the way of my monitor. Oh, that thing's whatever. Let's see how this breaks down. Let's see, those looks the shins, the shield, the back. I'm thinking arm and leg parts. Is that the beam saber or the gun? Parts of the head. Actually, I think the entire head. Yeah. There's the back of the head. V-fin, the mouth plate, sides, Got the face there, the shoulders. No, these looks like the hips. Those are the legs. A lot going on here. Hands. That's all an A. Colors are very uninspired. I mean, that's the idea, you know. It's like, what if Gundam was more realistic? So it's a drab coloration. Alright, let me get into it. I'll read the blurb here. This is one of the prototype mobile suits developed by the Earth Federation forces specifically for ground combat. Its operating time and maneuverability were especially boosted as it was designed to go deep into enemy territory to perform reconnaissance in force and behind the lines disruption. These features were enhanced by armor components with back thruster cover nozzles, with afterburners and modular designs to reduce weight. Although this mobile suit is believed to be based on the RX-78, the pair of small autocannons installed on the head have been exchanged with 4 guns. Its loadout also includes a large Vulcan cannon mounted on the shoulder as a powerful anti-aircraft weapon to enable operations under enemy air superiority. There's a pair of unique camera eyes that light up in different patterns, which seems to be a function implemented due to the addition of various sensors for reconnaissance. For unknown reasons, development materials for the machine were lost after its evaluation operation, and the full picture of the events that took place is yet to be revealed through investigations of records including detailed battle reports. So it's got a beam saber, camera. Shoulder Gatling gun, that's the big thing. Beam rifle, shield. Okay, lots of decals to go with it. Alright, let's find the starting point. Here we go. Body. Okay, I see. Some F and some E. 2 E12s. Shoulder joints. Is my background music playing, by the way? I hope it is. I don't want it to be too boring. I'm to be watching some stuff in private that should not be carrying through. F6. Yes. I'm supposed to make it in here. Those are some really rough cuts. Need to go pause for a minute and grab a sanding sponge. I'll be right back. I thought I had it, I don't know why I don't. Alright, I'm back.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. Welcome back. The flush cutters were gossiping behind your back.
I'll bet.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. Welcome back. The flush cutters were gossiping behind your back.
Oh, my nipper's very talkative bunch, I see. Bad boys. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? Need to get a new set of those, actually. Need to get a pair of single-bladed nippers. And possibly see about shining the existing ones. Or not shining, sharpening. Not a real rough cut there. Not happy about it.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. They don't like your mouse and the tweezers have been seeing the file behind the X-Acto blade's back. Zaylert Zombie Esther. They don't like your mouse and the tweezers have been seeing the file behind the X-Acto blade's back.
That's unfortunate. Just confirm the chat audio is going through, right? I'm pretty sure I had that working again.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. I'm getting all the messages read double.
Yeah, same on my
Zaylert Zombie
side.
Esther. I'm getting all the messages read double.
Yeah, same thing here. I uninstalled and reinstalled the program. It worked for one stream, and then now it's doubling again. I don't know why. I checked the settings. I can't find anything about it. I'll have to do some more digging. It's annoying. It's been annoying me as well. So I apologize. This might just have to be an ugly bit.
Zaylert Zombie Esther. Your computer needs to be taken out back. Zaylert Zombie Esther. Your computer needs to be taken out back. Zaylert Zombie Esther. Aaron's isn't working because it refuses to acknowledge it has a battery or a power line. Zaylert Zombie Esther. Aaron's isn't working because it refuses to acknowledge it has a battery or a power line. Zaylert Zombie Esther. It's become a breatharian or some shit. Zaylert Zombie Esther. It's become a breatharian or some shit.
That's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Oh, that and the neck is barely visible in here. I did all that sanding to smooth out the... Well, that was stupid. Okay, whatever. 30. missed 2 more A pieces, damn it. 21, 22. Okay, that should be all the pieces. Sand it down. Let's put this thing together. The back panel. This layers up nicely. Oh, there's 2 more pieces here. Okay, those were tricky. Then these. Shoulder pads. Okay, torso's done. very interesting structure. Just, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's not exactly an inner frame, but it's also kind of is got an inner frame that's just completely covered. It's novel. Next up is the face. I don't normally like doing stickers for the eyes, but I guess I'll have to make an exception this time. Watch. I should probably put something else in English so that I can kind of look up and down from it, which puts me on either Kaguya or Red Ranger Isekai, Mob Psycho 100, or the ones I was watching dubbed.
Will you be there when the stars align?
Okay, let's go with this. 3, 1, 2.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the TJ Omega channel for day 1253 of our daily content grind. Today, it's time for another debate to pit you all against each other so I can watch the bloodshed. Though I don't really allow like arguments in my comment section, so that never actually happens, but you know, it's fun to see the debates and the different opinions on things. Last time, we asked, should Megatron always be the villain? Because there's been so many depictions of Megatron being either sympathetic or downright heroic over the last few years that it's becoming a popular depiction of the character, but it does go against his original origins, conception, and of course all of his original most famous depictions. But you know, by about a 70 to 30, you seem to agree that yeah, like you can write a story where Megatron's the good guy. And I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. For the other 30%, you've got plenty of stories where Megatron is a villain. Looks like in Skybound he's going to be a villain again. I'm sure he's going to be a villain in the next cartoon. He's ultimately always going to be the bad guy. But there's always room in fiction to play around and explore characters and figure out new things for them to do. So to leave that door open for him to potentially have a heroic arc, I think is ultimately for the best. I think we've told some very engaging Megatron stories because of it. So, thank you for participating in the poll. Good to see, you know, I love seeing the interaction. I love seeing you put your opinion in. So today we got another one for you. How was this thing created?
Cybertron.
Now, there are a lot of different origin stories for the Transformers these days, but we're going to boil them all down into what is essentially the two major ones, right? So we have origin stories that start with Primus, and we have origin stories that start with the Quintessons. So we're going to largely focus on those two roots of the Transformers' potential origins, depending on the fictions. So let's begin with what's most popular these days, and that is the Primus origin. And this is, you know, Transformers' religion for the, essentially. Primus is the planet Cybertron. For one reason or another, he has become the planet that the Transformers were born from. This one is pretty self-explanatory. This one is pretty easy. Primus is this interdimensional being, merges with a planetoid, becomes the planet Cybertron, births Transformers like Zits. That kind of varies depending on continuity. Point being, they just kind of sprung up, you know, and you have different ways of telling that story as well. So, with the Primus origin story, the creation of the Transformers usually flows in two different ways. You either have like just life emerging on the planet, with Prima being the very first one to arise, and that's where the creation matrix begins its story as well. Or you have the 13, the very first Transformers to be created, and thus start giving life to all other Transformers based on their own archetypes. And both of them work for different reasons. You have, like, essentially natural evolution happening on the planet, you know, just in mechanical form, or you have these grand creators who were responsible for getting an entire species off the ground. And depending on how you write the story, either one can be compelling and lead to a lot of different possibilities storyline-wise. Which, by the way, we are going to focus very heavily on storyline possibilities when it comes to both of these origin stories, because they do differ tremendously. One thing about this origin story is it does kind of play to real-life religion. You know, the things that we all believe in, or some of us do anyway. Don't get into religious debates in the comment sections. I will delete you immediately. The point is, it's more relatable because, as an origin story goes, it's more akin to what we're used to. So we're going to point that out. With Primus as an element in the story, you do have a lot of different things you can bring in. There is, of course, Primus intervening. When it came to Cybertron, Primus was actually kind of neutral. Cyber Planet keys, or Force chips in the original version, were essentially Primus giving his creations a boon when they most needed it. And a lot of times, that was actually kind of iffy, because he would give those boons to Decepticons as much as Autobots. Traditionally, Primus identifies with the Autobots. I mean, in some depictions, he is literally the being that Rodimus Prime is based on. You know, that's why in that first shot, it actually looks like Hot Rod's head, because he's the chosen one. So he kind of looks like Primus. Point being, Primus in the story means you do have that overwhelming force in the universe that can intervene in what's happening with the Transformers. You also have, oh, my voice cracked a little bit, it's been a long day. You also have things that are born of Primus himself, like Vector Sigma, and you have access to all of those as far as your story goes. Now, artifacts of his creation, whether that is the 13 and the things that they, their artifacts that they're known for, or just straight up things like the Creation Matrix, or, Vector Sigma, or the various artifacts throughout Transformers that harken back to Primus as their origin. If you want to include things like, a Star Saber crafted by a god in your story, you need Primus to be around, and that needs to be your origin. So let's bounce a little bit here. So it's some of the story possibility when it comes to Primus. What about the Quintessons? So in this version, Cybertron is just a barren planetoid. There's nothing really special about it. It just happens to be a basis for which the Quintessons start building. And they build and they build and they build until we have an entire metallic planet that was originally just a small planetoid. I have to include that because canonically there is organic material on Cybertron, and it's not even a Beast Machines thing. That's a G1 thing as well. So I choose to believe that the core of Cybertron ends up being more rocky and natural, even if Cybertronian things have been built into it. Because we've seen G1 episodes with caves, I do have to go, okay, yes, at least part of this planet was a rock at one time. Point being, when you have the Quintessons as the creators of the Transformers, you have something that might not be as familiar to us and not as relatable to us as the readers or viewers, but what you have is something that technically in fiction makes more sense, rather than having that leap of machines that are alive and work like organisms. You have just plain old machines that have been built and were programmed and designed for specific purposes, who then AI evolved in a way AI is actually supposed to work into the living robotic life forms that we know today. So in that, you have an origin that makes a little bit more sense logically, and it's something that's a little bit more akin to sci-fi writing. And when you bring in the Quintessons, your story potential basically goes with whatever they themselves are attached to. For instance, you get their entire crew of minions, so you have dozens of different Quintesson design styles, archetypes. You have, the whole Judgment thing to work with. You have their prosecutors, their guards, the Sharkticons. Quintessons come with a lot. They come with this entire origin to back up what they are and what they are. They feel like a universal threat. And that's the key difference between the two. Primus is just, he is ultimately a kind god to the robots that were birthed from him. And he's always depicted as a heroic force outside of Shattered Glass, obviously. But the Quintessons are usually, almost always in fact, the villains. And it is kind of terrifying when your own creator is your arch enemy. It also is handy to have a third faction because they are a threat to both Autobot and Decepticon alike, which gives you a lot more potential for how to use them in the storyline. Of course, we have seen that very recently, where Quintessons have actually expanded exactly what they can be in fiction. You know, with Transformers 1 introducing the idea of Quintessons ruling over Cybertron, even after the Transformers have been born, you get something more akin to the G1 origin story, but there is a far darker twist to it, especially when you find out some characters are working alongside them. Some are actually embracing the enslavement of the Quintessons. Now you're getting really weird, but that's not something you can necessarily do with Primus as the origin point. Now, granted, Primus is a thing in Transformers 1, but, you know, semantics. Well, the point is here, you can expand on what exactly the Quintessons do in storyline. And that's really like the menace that I enjoy about Quintessons as the origin point. Like I said, it is just terrifying to think that, you know, like if Primus was an antagonistic force and, you know, like, and a threat to Autobots and Decepticons alike, it would be horrifying. You'd root for Unicron, even if Unicron was a bad guy just coming for a snack. And they're like, no, eat him. He's a jerk. We've been trying to get rid of him for centuries. But with them as the villains, you have a villain that knows the Transformers better than they know themselves. You know, obviously they've evolved beyond what the Quintessons ever envisioned, so they are capable of things the Quints did not plan on. However, they have a deep understanding of exactly what makes up their psychology and exactly what makes them who they are. Literally how they tick, because they're the ones who built the tickers. It's not just the fact that your creator is antagonistic. Your creator knows you better than you do, which makes them very threatening and very terrifying, written correctly. Oh, and speaking of the way these things are written, for those movie fans in there, I am including the Cube as a Quintesson origin story. If we are to believe Quintessa at the end, you know, in The Last Knight, she does claim to be the creator of Optimus Prime and the Transformers. So if she's the one who launched the Cube, this is a Quintesson origin story technically. And it all just kind of is rooted in the same ideal of the Quintessons built everything that is Cybertron. So I'm including that just in case you think there's a third option here and you think, oh, the Cube, but the Cube. No, the Cube is Quintesson. We've established this. Even if the Quintessons were very poorly handled in that movie. But that said, if that origin story is valid as a Quintesson origin story, that story also includes original primes. I mean, 7 of them instead of 13, but the point stands. They are part of that story regardless of having Primus or not, which means maybe that aspect of Primus really isn't exclusive to him after all. You can intermix these origin stories together, and it does work the other way. We'll get to that in a bit. But as long as we're back to Primus, let's go into like some of the crazier things that we have done with the character, and other things that we can do. Obviously, there is the part where he is a Transformer himself. Thank you, Transformers Cybertron, for introducing that little nugget into the universe. It does make perfect sense that the creator of Transformers, being robotic himself, would also be able to transform. And the idea of Planet Cybertron just like shape-shifting into a giant robot not only makes sense canonically, it's just really cool. It's just a really cool thing to do. Granted, we're never gonna get one big enough. We're never gonna get a Primus that is large enough. I'm sorry, HasLab fans, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Primus is not a major enough character. Cybertron itself is not enough of a pull. If Unicron could barely pass the mark, Primus will not. You can tell. I'm still a little bit salty over people who want Primus as a HasLab. I want it too, but I'm being practical here. But no, like, that's something the Quints definitely can't do. Like, maybe you get a story where Quintessa, like the planet Quintessa, is a Transformer itself because the Quints built something to rival the Transformers, you know, or something to parallel Unicron. That is possible. With a Primus origin story, you get metaphysical. You actually get a spiritual aspect beyond the whole, like, I created you thing. But Primus begins as this ethereal creature of immense power that battled with Unicron before time itself existed. So when you factor that in, okay, you are not, by introducing Primus as the origin, you're actually expanding the scope of what the Transformer universe is. You're introducing essentially a completely different realm that you could draw possibility from. Are Primus and Unicron the only beings like this? Are there other ones in the galaxy? Are there some walking amongst Transformers right now? That is a lot of story potential, and frankly, untapped story potential. Do you really think only 2 beings like this existed? Surely there has to be others. Others that had other fates happen to them, some who still exist, some who might have died, and their remnants are now, the Autobots or Decepticons problem. You have possibility there. And then you have the crazy stuff IDW did by just having God as one of us. Just a clown like one of us.
God was one
Rung is a
of
great
us.
character, by the way. I love Rung, and I love the twist. They're like, oh yeah, by the way, that's Primus. That's your god. So yeah, there's plenty of story potential to Primus himself. And the Quintessons are not short on story potential either. We have some really good potential that we can do here. Can I remember his name? And I'm certainly not trying to look it up very quickly. This is Clementia. Clementia is the Quintesson from the Return of Optimus Prime, the final episode of Season 3. He's the one who restored Optimus Prime to life. He's the only one who survived the hate plague without ever being infected in any way, shape, or form. Remember, Prime as a corpse carried the infection. So, yeah, we had some fun here. But that does raise story potential, because you can have Quintessons who aren't really affiliated and aren't really on board with the whole, like, destroy all Transformers and take Cybertron back thing. This one in particular, in later stories, would eventually become an ally of the Autobots and lead to peace treaties between Quintesson and Autobot, which is kind of a cool thing, and that's another story aspect that we've barely explored. So you can have them as individual characters, not just this one amazing, like this massive army that's bent on destruction. You have the other things that they have created, time vortexes and the Dweller, of all things. Quintessons experiment a lot, because they are geniuses, because they are master creators, and because there's so many of them scattered across the universe, all doing their own thing. You can write them to have been doing pretty much anything you want, as long as it's somewhere in the realm of technology an alien could create in your universe. You got so much potential for what could be out there to threaten Transformers and to write stories around. That is potential that Primus doesn't really represent. Primus is one thing. He created Cybertron and thus created Transformers. But we have lots of different potential when it does come to the Quintessons as a different origin, which I love that. We have even seen where Quintessons can work with Unicron in a sense, or even be a benefactor of the Decepticons. That's something else that we can do, and this is also a Quintesson that continued making Transformers, being the terror.
Time for a HasLab update. $5,041. All right, we're halfway there. source, which is what I figured.
Suggestive smoke. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com, remove the space, at C1U8ZBN1. Suggestive smoke. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com, remove the space, at C1U8ZBN1.
Fuck off, bots.
Terracons and Energon, and that's another we can do, you know. And this is also a Quintesson that continued making Transformers, you know, being the Terracons and Energon, and that's another thing that even like G1 failed to do. They created Transformers to begin with, but the Quintessons after that pretty much just made Alicons and Sharkticons, and that's it. They could have gone a lot farther. Like, we kind of missed the story potential of Quintessons making more Transformers that are loyal to them. Again, something that could absolutely be tapped at some point. But as I pointed out before, the thing with Quintessons is the same thing with the Primus origin story. In Transformers 1, the Quintessons coexist with Primus, and that's something that happened in Earthspark as well. So they're not mutually exclusive. You can have Quintessons in a story where Primus is the origin of Transformers. You don't necessarily need them to be the origin point. That said, you could also interweave them into it the opposite way, where maybe Primus just turns into Cybertron, but doesn't actually create anything of himself. Maybe it's the Quintessons finding and invading his planetary form, and they start using the material there to make Transformers. That's another possibility we've never explored. So these ideas are not mutually exclusive. In either direction, you absolutely could make them the origin story of Transformers, even if you combine the two to exist in the same universe. But that is going to be up to you. So, as with all of these debates, in the description below, you are going to find a link to a straw poll. Just click that link, vote on which one you prefer. This is absolutely just a preferential thing. I know there's some people who are going to say both. Some people are going to introduce other origins. These are the two major ones, so it's just whichever one do you prefer. Okay, so, and with that, we're going to call it a video. So, thank you everyone for watching. I will see you next time.
The day is getting closer. My journey is almost over. And when it is, our journey begins. The question is, when the stars align, will you be there?
Hello everyone, welcome back to the TGO Mega Channel for day 1251 of our daily content grind. Today I'm kind of in the mood to talk about the multi-pack. Hasbro put these off for a long time and they became like a specialty thing, but they always used to be like a staple in Transformers, dating all the way back to the original Combiner sets. You know what? We're in an age where we're starting to get a whole bunch more. It seems like whatever random repaint retool that Hasbro has in mind, they'll just figure out some way of slapping it into some big multi-pack box just so you can get it out onto the shelves. We have had super bizarre ones, like the one you see on screen right now, which is literally just generic characters from throughout Transformer history that are good for troop building. We've also had things like poor Cliff Jumper having to face down two Decepticons and a Predacon at the same time, all from different universes, some of which technically didn't exist. I'm looking at you, Tarantulas. Fun stuff, you know, and the multi-packs are always great to see for just like random ideas Hasbro has, but it's also an opportunity to put out stuff that otherwise is not going to make it to market or does not have room in the normal wave assortments. So let's take a look. Here's just like a smattering of ideas I have for Transformer multi-packs that I would buy day one if Hasbro were to actually make them. Obviously, this is not a conclusive list. There are so many that we could name. There are so many that I came up with that I didn't include because I wanted to keep this short. I didn't want it to be like another 25-30 minute video like I've been doing lately. So let's just focus on a few. And the first one that came to mind is we still need a magenta hot rod. Like, for all the toys that they have been redoing from Studio Series 86 in order to remove the translucent plastic and do a more actual movie accurate paint job, we still only have the one release of Studio Series hot rod. And we know that Hasbro had a back and forth. Like, we know that there was an internal debate over what the coloration of hot rod needed to be. To date, the only hot rod toy we have gotten in the correct dark magenta color is the one that they did for the Retro G1 line with Walmart. And you know what? That's a really pretty looking hot rod. I would really like that in a very articulated modern hot rod, please. We have still yet to get it. Hot rod toys are always red when they come to the US. Even if they, even the Japanese version was correctly colored. So I'm still waiting for that. And the multi-packs and Studio Series are perfect for this. You do the magenta hot rod. You make the translucent blue windows go away. It's opaque dark blue. So we have one where you don't have super small and thin translucent hinges holding things together. That toy frightens me. And instead we get a nice solid version that should be more acceptable to the ravages of time, and it looks more movie accurate on top of all that. And in there you pack in some Sharkticons. Now, I know we've had plenty of chances to buy Sharkticons at retail, but let's be honest, they're Sharkticons. There's no excuse for not buying more. So in this set, you can modify them to be a little bit more screen accurate. They're already very close, but I would tone the dark gray down a few notches so the details popped out a little bit more. I'd make the blue and the purple a little bit more dark and dull. You can definitely color adjust so that they still match your other Sharkticons, but also come closer to how they looked in the movie. And just to spice the set up, I would actually include 2 Sharkticons, and I would include a retooling that would let you remove the faceplates of these Sharkticons and replace them with new ones. One of which would be the busted out teeth that Hot Rod punched in. The other one would be the subsequent one we saw a moment later where the face was clawed all the way down the middle. Just so again, you can have them in line with your other Sharkticons or Gnaws and it looks correct, but if you want a little bit of flavor, you can swap the faces on. So that's an immediate purchase for me, because I will always buy more Sharkticons and I need that hot rod. Beyond that, we know we are getting a noise maze. A Cybertron Sideways was announced by Hasbro at MegaCon. We know that is on the way. that is a toy with only 2 real repaint options. You have Ratbat, which I would absolutely take, a Universe Ratbat, but the other one is the mass production type. That's a very limited figure. In Japan, it was limited to 500 units because it was a DVD exclusive pack-in, the same as Red Excellion or Minerva in that line. It's a troop builder, though. There's a whole army of them in Transformers Cybertron. So, you know, if you're going to do like an anniversary figure of Sideways, I figure like you also need to do a multi-pack that lets you mass accumulate this version of the character. So 2 in the pack, so you can troop build it, and you pack it in with the repaint everybody wants. The repaint everybody wants of Dark Nitro Convoy. It's a convoluted name, and as a part of this multi-pack, the character who never appeared in the US would probably get a rebranding as some kind of dark clone from Planet X. The name I came up with instead of Override was Final Ride, which is a play on the term last ride, which is to say, the last ride you will ever take, aka a hearse. That's a little bit morbid, so we've altered it a little bit. Final Ride was the name was the name I decided on. But yeah, we're still waiting. Like, why have they never repainted that Override? Well, here's an opportunity. You multi-pack it as like an Invasion of Planet X multi-pack. 2 of the Noise Maze, and you do call it Noise Maze for this US release, and then a Final Ride is kind of like the main draw of it. I would buy at least 2, and I'd figure out what to do with the spare Final Ride after that. As long as we're talking about Cybertron, why don't we just run it back? Why don't we just run it back to an OG multi-pack? Mostly because we have new molds for both of these, and that Starscream is really, really pretty. That Starscream is so pretty in those colors. Yeah, I no longer... oh, actually, no, I take that back. For a while, I didn't have the original Galaxy Force Starscream. I have since amended that mistake. I now own it again. But originally I sold it off because I got this Toys R Us version in the maroon colors. It made it look more like Thrust. And it looks so good in those colors. Frankly, I have not seen a color scheme on this mold that did not work. It's just a really pretty mold. So you could do this, and you could either go hard on it and make it toy-accurate Cybertron with bright white and brown. I think that looks ugly. You know what I would pack in? I would pack in the Galaxy Force version. Well, the Hasbro-released Galaxy Force version. The Cybertron repaint. The gold and black's real pretty. I even like the orange accent. This is a way, way better repaint. So this would be the one I would pack in with the Starscream. Just something of like a alternate universe showdown type thing. Because like Vector Prime is dead, but he's a Prime, so you can't really do that. And then Starscream's in some other dimension kind of thing. So you could play to that to come up with a theme behind the actual repaint set. More or less, I think it's just 2 really nice repaints. Now the trick here is, since it's a multi-pack, you could actually throw in Safeguard. You could have the Minicon, and then it's another Minicon everyone asks for as an individual release so they can put it with their Vector Prime. Here's a repack I have mentioned multiple times. This is a multi-pack I have mentioned numerous times that I would buy instantly, and I have no idea why Hasbro has never ever tried to touch either of these repaints. Where are they? Like, how is it possible that we have gotten a new Black Arachnia mold and we have not gotten the Trigger repaint with the silver and the red eyes? How have we not gotten Predacon Rhinox? I will have you know, since Beast Wars came out, not only has Rhinox been reissued, by both Takara and Hasbro, but we've had multiple new Rhinox toys, 3 to my count. None of them have been repainted into Predacon colors, where it's a more dark purple instead of brown, silver instead of gold, a more toxic shade of green. Rhinox looks pretty good here. I have no idea why we have never gotten those repaints. Most Rhinox toys tend to be one and done for some reason, when the very obvious one is sitting right there. My name for this one was Power Corrupts. The Power Corrupts 2-pack. And I think it would work. I would buy it. Like, I think both of them look really good. I think both look really good in these colors. I think it's a enormous missed opportunity not to do that Rhinox at some point, even as a Generation Selects. Doesn't that seem like an obvious one? And Masterpiece, we don't have any announcement of that either. No clue that that's ever coming out. I don't think it is. So, fingers crossed. We know those molds are still viable. Why do I not have these? I still do not understand this. Okay. We're going to get into G1 stuff now, and I gotta warn you, we're going in for deep cuts and weird releases, okay? So, like, I want the deepest of the deep. We know Hasbro is willing to do literally anything right now when it comes to exclusive releases, so why not just go all out and go for, like, the deepest of deep cuts? Where is my Saltman Z and Saltman X? These are some of those that are kind of infamous in the fandom. Like when the fandom was in its infancy and we were just finding out, online for the first time, that there were Transformer characters released in other countries that were never done in America or Japan. Like these came from Brazil. These came from South America. And it's one of those joke kind of things like Saltman Z and Saltman X that were just like never meant to be in Transformers, but here they are. And they are official. Like the companies who released them in South America had the license. These are real. Now we know that Top Spin and Twin Twist are got released in their Diaclone colors. One already and one pending. I am super excited for that Top Spin. But if we know those molds are still good to go, these two, please. I would love these two. Now, there is an alternate one. There's also a Top Spin that is red with yellow in the body. I think that might clash a little bit too much with the one that's coming out, though. I would rather this one with the white and green. And that's just me, like, basically just wanting one of my favorite molds in green. I will fully admit, this is a biased choice on my part. But I think they look better this way. Yeah, that'd be a fun one. And yeah, that's like, that gets into your like Emerald Zaron level of deep cut. Of course we have toys of him now too. Here's one I baffled doesn't exist. Where are Glyph and Tap Out? Valentine's Day's tomorrow. Why don't we have a Glyph and Tap Out 2-pack that's releasing tomorrow? That seems so blatantly obvious at this point. More to the point, how is it we have so many like redos of that Earthrise Cliff Jumper and we've never gotten Tap Out? How is it we have 3 different molds for Bumblebee between like the Netflix licensed Volkswagen, the Origins spaceship, and then of course the brand new 86 one, and none of these have been redone into Glyph? Are you kidding me? Ferrak, a far, far more obscure character who was only known as a BotCon release, and just a really weird one at that. He has a toy that came out at Walmart. No Glyph and Tap Out, who came before and I would argue are better known than Ferrak. It baffles me. It genuinely baffles me. I kind of understand why. As far as I can tell, I think they're only allowed to use the Volkswagen mold for Bumblebee because when they went and did Bug Bite, they had to revert to the Cliff Jumper mold to release him. So I'm assuming there's some kind of contractual thing going on. Doesn't matter. We have options now. I want those options exercised, please. These two are very long overdue. Very long overdue. Yeah, multi-pack immediately, please, Hasbro. This would sell. This would sell in a heartbeat, and you know it. Speaking of heartbeat, let's be honest here. You gotta complete it, don't you? You've got 4 dead Autobots, technically 5 if we include the alternate universe Optimus Prime. You kind of have to complete the body pile at this point. Now, Wheeljack is easy. Of course, we've done that Wheeljack mold a dozen times, I think, at this point. It's Windcharger that's tricky. His last figure, I believe, was Titan's Return. It's been a hot minute. You know, and that mold is kind of dated and not scaled properly to the other mini-bots. He's one of those where I'm kind of like, wow, they're really overdue to make a wind charger to go with all these other deluxe mini-bots, aren't they? Like, he is a year one cast member. How does he not have a new toy? So we're still waiting on a wind charger, but you know the second that they get that wind charger toy out, they're gonna beg Target, please take in 2 more corpses. As I speak right now, my local Target still has the Ratchets and the Bronze set, and they aren't moving anywhere. No one has bought them yet, because no one wants to buy the corpses. It's just how that goes. But you know they'll do it. You know in some way they'll do it, even if it's a Selects release, a Pulse exclusive at some point. Yeah, they're gonna do this set when we get a wind charger. How about these 3? So we've gotten tons of Seeker sets, we've gotten Rainmakers, we've gotten the Traditionals, we've gotten the Coneheads. This is, for lack of a better term, the welcoming committee from the very first episode, More Than Meets the Eye. I have argued for a while, we need a new Sunstorm toy, and this is the crew that he's part of. That's him, right there, in the back. But that said, the only one out of here that has actually gotten any kind of toy representation, I believe is Bitstream, the purple one. And that is only because of that was a weird multi-pack they did, but that version of Bitstream is heavily burned from the paint apps. That I don't like. I would like a consistent set of these 3. We would have to use the Seekers from Siege, because these obviously never had Earth modes, and the only toys these characters have ever gotten were Earth modes. So to give proper Cybertronian ones, we kind of need that. My only thing, please find some way of making that blue one not just be like a different Thundercracker. Like, please someone figure something out to make him distinct. The poor boy is suffering from an identity loss here. Here's a multi-pack that is doable, but it's tricky. I would love a look at the past. I would love a 3-pack of just molds kind of going back to like the prehistory of Cybertron that only the Matrix and thus Rodimus Prime knows. The flashback from 5 Faces of Darkness. One of my favorite scenes in all of Transformers. And one of the most important scenes, because it's where we get all the origin story. The one on the left, I believe, is named Tranus. That's the name we eventually gave to an early Decepticon commander. He is a recolored Junkion generic, so we can get him out of Wreck-Gar pretty easily. Obviously, the one in the center is Prima. We are getting a brand new toy of Prima this year. It's using that exact head design. We would have to give him his gladiator weapons, and we'd have to retool the chest for him to really look close enough. But I think that's doable. I don't think that's too much to ask on a figure like this. There's one thing about it, it's like, yeah, like we're getting that G1 Prima, but the colors are off, so there's absolutely room to repaint it. And then the one I've been pining for, the one I've been asking for years, which is the G1 Sentinel Prime on the right. Oh. We knew that as U-Haul robot forever. And that's just because of the shape of his truck. And that's kind of where the difficulty lies, in the shape of that truck that really doesn't have many, because it's like a rhino on wheels. You know, it doesn't have a whole lot of modern toys that would depict. I am either hoping that we get some kind of Prime in the next 2 years that can actually fit that mold, or this is like the outside hope, I think you could maybe make a cup mold work, because the torso, like the front torso, ends up in the same place and the same angle, and it's in the vehicle mode, and the truck mode is a similar shape. You might be able to get away with it. It would just suck for it to be a deluxe. And I would want it to be retooled to look a little bit closer to this animation model. Like, particularly, like, if they could raise the shoulders up somehow. I don't know how. That would take some good remolding. But I've seen Hasbro do a lot more molding for lesser characters. I would love that. I'd love to see that. And, you know, here's one that I know is not going to sell. I'm throwing this in at the end because it's the weirdest one. I know it's not going to sell, but you know what? I would buy it because it's just that weird. Remember the Killing Jar When the Quintesson ship ends up on the opposite side of a black hole, this is how they come out looking. When they are in an alternate universe, these are the color schemes. Wreck-Gar and Cyclonus are easy, and I kind of like those colors. Like, okay, Wreck-Gar is garish, but I think it's a garish that's amusing. And then Cyclonus, I think, just looks good in gold with the hits of green. I think that works. I like that. They're not going to repaint Studio Series 86 Ultra Magnus into very ugly brick red and toxic green. Okay, that one don't look pretty. I don't want that one. So he would have to be excluded from the multi-pack. And you know who you'd have to sub in? You'd have to sub in the Alicon, who honestly, in the purple and red, I think looks good. I would buy that. So that's your 3-pack. Is, you know, your Voyagers, and then one deluxe thrown in. That's your 3-pack. And then because you released that one, now you have people asking for the 86 Magnus, which you do as like a Pulse exclusive or work into some other weird line. You put out most of that set to raise demand for the one that's missing, because that's the only way you make that toy viable. That's an old toy retailer trick. So I know no one would buy it. I want it though. I want it. Doesn't it feel like something BotCon would have done if they stuck around? You give BotCon like 2 more years and that's exactly what they would have released. If they were still around now and had the molds they have access to now, oh yeah, they would absolutely have done this a long time ago. But that's our list. Obviously, there's tons of multi-packs that I could include. Off the top of my head, you know, where's my Universe 1 Silverbolt and Razorclaw 2-pack? Both of those molds have not been repainted, and those purple boys would go great together. But we could go on like this forever, because there's so many new molds and so many repaints they've never gotten to. Give me an idea in the comment section. You know, like what is a multi-pack that would make sense to you? Whether it's a reissue set or just a set of repaints, whatever. This is your chance to be a little bit clever, and we might revisit this. If you want to hear more ideas, we can absolutely tap this one again. So that is it for me today. Thank you everyone for watching. I will see you next time.
The day is getting closer. My journey is almost over. And when it is, our journey begins. The question is, when the stars align, will you be there?
The website is now live for orders across Pulse US, Canada, UK, and Europe. So for any of our friends who are maybe watching this and aren't in an area that has Hasbro Pulse anymore, we do have select retailers that will be listing this item as well. They are going to be having their websites go up on Monday so that they have enough time to process all of the assets for this. And then we will make sure that our consumer care team has a list of all of those retailers so that everybody can be excited. And for the first time in, I'm not sure if it's ever or a really long time, Brazil is listing this for their fans, which is fantastic. So we're very, very excited about this one. Evan, you want to say anything as like a quick overview?
Yeah, okay. So, Leo Kaiser. Everybody's been demanding it since we did Star Saber and Death Saurus. So here he is, finally. And also with, of course, Death Cobra, because
Leo Kaiser.
I would fear for my safety if we didn't offer Death Cobra. So, worked on this with the wonderful Shusan over at Takara Tomy. He really wanted to dig in. So, obviously, after this panel, we'll have the model on display down in our booth so we can show it off.
To clarify, it's a first up model, so it's a prototype, so it's all in gray.
Yep.
So the only deco that you'll be able to see is on the renders, and then we have some little standees that will be in the booth to help you imagine bringing this to life.
Roughly the same size. So each one of the individual bots is about 5.5 inches tall, so they scale very nicely with Saber. Yeah.
Start running through the individual ones?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
So, obviously, here we have Leo Zach, and then you can see his little lion chest animal, which, yes, we're calling them chest animals. That's how we got away with that. So, yeah, here we have the wonderful leader of the chest force. That's also what we're calling it. Because we're so creative. Yeah, he turns into a teal jet. It's fantastic. So, obviously, chest piece pops out. Chest animal can turn into his blaster as well. Every one of them has that feature of turning into the weapon mode. Please go ahead and click on the next one. Oh, we have Drillhorn next.
I guess I didn't order these.
There's no specific order. It's fine.
We're just all going to be surprised at which one pops up.
So, Drillhorn turns into a drill tank. He's really cool. So, one of the things that we will call out is that a lot of these early renders with the deco is just how the rough molds are turning out right now. We know that animation accuracy-wise, Drillhorn's thighs are also the same color as the rest of his body. That's something we're looking into, so maybe in the future we'll have a future deco update to kind of show you what we're doing and how things are turning out. But yeah, he has the rhino chest animal that also turns into a blaster.
It's every time, so I haven't worked on the Transformers brand for very long. This is my first big Transformers project that I'm doing, and thank you. It's always so fun because this isn't a brand that I grew up with. Every time I see something, I'm like, oh, right, he turns into a giant drill tank, and there's a rhino in his chest. Of course there is. Of course there is. And the rhino turns into a blaster, because why wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, no, some of the G.I. Joe stuff, Lenny will be like, what do you think of this? I'm like, that can't be real. Who did that? The 1980s did that. All right, next, we have Guy Hawk.
We have Guy Hawk, the coolest member of the group. He's too cool for school and was literally in jail, and they had to break him out. So, yes, for some reason. Who knows why?
Well, he's fine.
1980s, like, we don't need to explain it. We know what was happening in the 80s.
It was just cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guy Hawk also turns into a jet, and he forms in one of the arms. What I will say is, something that Shu wanted to do is make sure that the reason that the original G1 Leo Kaiser was so special was that there was very little combiner kibble with him, which everyone who collects Transformers knows that there's always spare feet to make the full combiner. The only thing that we added to Leo Kaiser to make Leo Kaiser is the pelvis piece. Everything else is actually built into each of the individual figures. So Leo Kaiser's head is actually stored in Leo Zach. The hands are actually stored in Guy Hawk, Elbat, and Death Cobra, because Death Cobra can become a spare arm. But yeah, let's go ahead and just go to the... Okay, Elbat. We have to call him Elbat. So everybody just play cool. Yeah, I'll just say it real fast. Elbat. And then it's like...
No bad.
I could have called him Headbat.
It's in canon now. He's British.
It's Hifflebat.
So we were referencing obviously his animation move where he kind of like hypnotizes people, like when we did this pose, which was a lot of fun. Obviously we have his bat chest animal that can pop up and become his blaster. But yeah, he forms the arm, but he can also not form the arm if you don't want him to. A little bit later, we'll get to that. Jaruga. So this one was probably the one that was a little contentious on how do we spell this name. just because of the fun translations of L to R in Japanese, and there was a little shifting here and there, but we settled on Daruka just because I'm from the Creo team, and that's what we did back then when I was on the Creo team, so that's what we did. So he forms the waist, he turns into, it's technically like a dune buggy, but we didn't think that was cool, so we called it an like a off-road race car, yeah.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Did you say off-road race car?
Sure.
I love this brand.
Alright, moving on. Kill Bison in the meme pose that I snuck in there and nobody called me out on. So here we have Kill Bison, and obviously he turns into the tank, and he has his bison chest animal. He will form one of the legs. We made sure to build in the feet to him. One of the things that we kind of learned from the Combiner Wars King was, if everybody remembers them, they had the thighs built into them, and it made bots very chunky. So that's kind of the reason that we did a separate pelvis piece. And then obviously I'll go into more detail about that when we actually bring out the figure. But yeah, and moving on. Okay, 10,000 backers, please and thank you.
This is our reminder. So to move this project into production, we need 10,000 backers by March 24th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. The last time we did a Transformers HasLab, we sold a really small number of 27,000 units of it, which is just bonkers. So I have no concerns that we're going to hit this 10K, which means that we have a bunch of unlocked tiers that we get to talk about. Starting with
Death Cobra.
Yeah. Yes, this is one where I know when we kicked this off, everybody's like, do we really need this? And it's like, you do not understand. We have to bring in Death Cobra.
Yes.
So here we go. He can technically become a replacement arm for Elbat. For those that aren't familiar with the animation, Elbat was kind of a trickster, and everybody was sick of his crap. And so they were like, you're off the team, we're replacing you with Death Cobra. Death Cobra shows up for one episode, and Elbat kills him. Spoilers. It was an accident. It was totally not his fault. So we made sure to bring him in there, and then Shusan actually had the idea of, well, we want to make sure that all 7 combine together. Do we do like what the Piranacons did, where he becomes just a blaster for them? But we were like, that's okay, it's really heavy, so what if he becomes a shoulder cannon? So you can technically combine all 7 members together at once to create the full form of Leo Kaiser. We thought it came out really cool. Yeah. And then that's also him on the side when he becomes a replacement arm with the rotary blades on like his forearm to kind of become a shield. Totally not taking influence from other Japanese anime shows I super love.
And then, so I apologize. This one's on me. All the previous HasLabs that I've done with tiers, it's G.I. Joe. If you don't have 3 tiers, you're basically dead to the fan community. So I split these tiers out. So we have the Nunchaku accessories that are tier 2, and then the display base that is tier 3, and then was told, that's not how Transformers fans roll. But we had already translated everything, so there was no going back. So I apologize, but we're not going to have any issues getting to the 18,000 that we need for the display base at all. So it's going to be great.
But essentially, yeah, what you're saying is 2 tiers are together instead. Yeah.
They're separate instead of together.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so the electromagnetic nunchaku, these weapons that they use in every episode that can take any form that they want, which made it very difficult to turn it into a toy. But Shu had a grand idea. We're actually using the Masterpiece Megatron chain piece to kind of make it a combining element so that all the pieces can go together to form the long version. It ended up really cool, but there will be 6 of them included. So they can all combine together so you can make it as long as you want. And then, of course, display base. So this is a 3-pie-piece display base, so the 3 jet characters can be mounted on top, and you can sort of recreate the intro scene, if you like, where the 3 jets are flying, and then the 3 ground units are in the front. And then the wedges can merge together to form a big piece to hold up Leo Kaiser.
Well, that's neat.
You can store stuff in it.
Yes, and all the electromagnetic nunchaku store underneath. Things like, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you for item storage.
Yeah, I know, right?
I like item storage. Perfect. All right, so thank you to everybody for being here for our official HasLab kickoff. I just got a note from the team that says that orders are live and that we are already getting a lot of orders. So thank you to everybody who has already backed this. So we will have our thank you. So we will have our Leo Kaiser model will be in the booth starting around 12:30 today. So he'll be here for today and Saturday and Sunday, so you can come visit us at any time. We're going to make sure that he is actually going to be on the kind of our reception desk in the middle of our booth so that people can get really nice pictures of him without having any we have some new product reveals that will also be on display in the booth when we get back at roughly 12:30-ish. So the majority of these, no, I think all of the new product reveals, we have physical models up that'll be in the booth. And then we are going to do some Starbridge reveals that we will not have in the booth yet, but that you'll probably be at least a little excited about. Space Bridge. Sorry, Space Bridge. See, I'm learning, but everybody here is so nice, and I really appreciate that. Because nobody in the back was like, it's a Space Bridge. Why doesn't she know that? So, appreciate. But, when you come and talk to us in the booth, will you please come up and tell me what your either favorite Transformer is or favorite moment of the Transformers franchise so that I can kind of start compiling more mental things about this beautiful brand? Yes? Excellent. Thank you. The weirder, the better. I got a note from somebody on Instagram about the Orcanock, which is the whale base. So now that's all I want in my life is I want an orca whale that will turn into like a marine base for me. So next HasLab, right? Yeah. Thank you.
East War Second Seacons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
We
those
got lots
already.
of stuff to talk about. Also, you can ask me G.I. Joe questions or Ghostbusters questions or events questions and then direct all of your very specific Transformers Transformers questions to Evan, who will have good answers.
We're on D&D too.
Oh yeah, I was on D&D. Anybody want to talk about owl bears? I could do that.
Owlbears are my favorite.
All right, so first up,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
thank you to everybody for being here for our official HasLab kickoff. I just got a note from the team that says that orders are live and that we are already getting a lot of orders. So thank you to everybody who has already backed this. So we will have our, thank you. So we will have our Leo Kaiser model will be in the booth starting around 12:30 today. So he'll be here for today and Saturday and Sunday, so you can come and visit us at any time. We're gonna make sure that he is actually gonna be on the kind of our reception desk in the middle of our booth so that people can get really nice pictures of him without having any interference from the glass of the display cases, which should be great. Then we have some new product reveals that will also be on display in the booth when we get back at roughly 12:30-ish. So the majority of these, no, I think all of the new product reveals we have physical models of that'll be in the booth. Yep. And then we are going to do some Starbridge reveals that we will not have in the booth yet, but that you'll probably be at least a little excited about. Space Bridge. Sorry, Space Bridge. See, I'm learning, but everybody here is so nice, and I really appreciate that. Because nobody in the back was like, it's a Space Bridge. Why doesn't she know that? So, appreciate. But, when you come and talk to us in the booth, will you please come up and tell me what your either favorite Transformer is or favorite moment of the Transformers franchise so that I can kind of start compiling more mental things about this beautiful brand? Yes? Excellent. Thank you. The weirder, the better. I got a note from somebody on Instagram about the Orcanock, which is the whale base. So now that's all I want in my life is I want an orca whale that will turn into like a marine base for me. So next HasLab, right?
Next HasLab.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
East War Second Seacons.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
At some point. Oh.
See, we got lots of stuff to talk about. Also, you can ask me G.I. Joe questions or Ghostbusters questions or events questions and then direct all of your very specific Transformers Transformers questions to Evan, who will have good answers.
We're on D&D too.
Oh yeah, I was on D&D. Anybody want to talk about owl bears? I could do that.
Owlbears are my favorite.
All right, so first up, we have Skybite. And as a nice bonus, because Evan likes you guys so much, he brought the model to the panel for you to see it.
He certainly is the shark use.
Yeah. So, one of the reasons that I wanted to bring in... Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, so I'm covering for Mark and also Shu because Shu handles a lot of our Beast characters because that was like his introduction into Transformers and he fell in love with them. So it's great. One of the things that they wanted to make sure they got is everybody remembers in the animation how he was like almost like a Muppet in a weird way whenever he would talk. So he's very articulated, so you can kind of like pose him out. So he's not. The last release that we did of this guy was very rigid. So something that Mark and Shu really wanted to put in here is actually make sure that even the shark mode is very articulated. And yeah, of course, the jaw opens up and everything like that. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, and then I've got the robot mode that's in pieces, so I'm not going to bring that out. So, yeah, everybody just wants to see the shark, but we'll have him on display down in the booth afterwards as well.
And then, also as a special treat, surprise, Skybite will be going up for pre-order at 1 p.m. Eastern time today.
Heat wave!
Oh, yeah!
So, continuing on the rescue bots, here we have Heatwave. Obviously, he's a partial off of the Legacy Bulkhead figure. This was done by Mark and Yuya-san, because Yuya worked on the original Bulkhead, and yeah, the breakdown figure as well. The mold looks great. It actually looks like this is what it was intended for, but I promise you it's not. Like, it just ended up that way, and they just did a great job with it. So, he comes with his axe and also, like, his fire hose blaster.
Perfect. All right.
Okay. It didn't leak. Oh, we got one.
We got one.
We got one.
Yeah!
That was the best reaction I've ever gotten in a panel, ever.
Okay. I know, right?
It didn't leak.
You want to know what was depressing is that I was talking to Lenny about this one, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that comic from like 20 years ago," and I was like, "What are you talking about? This just came out." And he's like, "No, dude." I was like, "Oh no," and I turned to dust.
Time for a sequel comic.
Yes, eventually, I'm hoping. So yes, so this is the start of our Transformers Timeline segment. So what this is going forward is every year, this is going to be a Pulse exclusive. It's going to be the same 4 characters, which right now on screen we have Optimus Prime and Megatron in their Hearts of Steel appearance.
Starscream.
Spoilers for what I'm going to be showing next. So, Optimus Prime and Starscream are up here on in robot mode in their wonderful steampunk visages.
Would you like to train mode now?
Yes, please. So, and then here obviously is their alt mode, and that is the package as well. So, oh, I didn't. So I will say that the blaster on Optimus Prime is actually a little bit incorrect, but you'll see the real models down when we get there. We did alter Optimus Prime's design just a little bit, just to kind of make him more like a complete train, and then Starscream is some sort of flying machination. I have no idea, but we followed it as close to the Guido Guidi art that we could, and we actually got him to do the cover art for the package as well. So yeah, Mario on our packaging team reached out to him, and it was fantastic. So that's why this just looks so great. So this will essentially be 2 2-packs. So, as I already let slip, this is Optimus Prime and Starscream. The next one is going to be Megatron and Bumblebee. We do not have renders in here, but we will have the toys down in our booth, so you can check them out.
So you will truly have the first in-hand looks of Bumblebee and Megatron, because we don't have pictures to put on the internet or send to our PR team. So it'll be very
Super fun. But yes, so Timelines is going to be every year, and so every year it's going to be a different theme, where we're essentially dropping Transformer characters into different timelines, different years, and reimagining their alt modes as if they woke up in that time frame. So, next year's theme has already been picked for 2026, but we're hoping going forward into 2027 that maybe we can get a fan vote going so that fans can actually pick where Transformers will begin and what time and what age going forward.
Set number of releases for each year?
Yeah, I think so.
It depends on what we do. At least 2.
Yeah, but the goal is it will always be the same 4 characters, so it will always be Optimus, Starscream, Megatron, and Bumblebee. So, but if it does well, there's no reason that you couldn't see the rest of the Seekers in Legacy or anything like that. These are all deluxe scale as well. But yeah, I think that covers them.
You did a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Train.
Yeah,
Train good.
And there's a joke, if you weren't a train, I didn't love you when I was a kid. Exactly.
Oh look, I put Space Bridge in here instead of Star Bridge. Alright, so I knew this at one point in time. Okay, so ready for our adventures through the Space Bridge? Yeah.
Okay.
Do they know all of these already? Have all of these leaked?
Have listings leaked? I'm sure. Why not?
We'll see how many people stand.
So obviously this is all placeholder art, and so you all will see what is coming later. So next up, so this will be an exclusive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For
Target.
Yes, so this is a Target exclusive for the 86 line. So this is 86 Perceptor with G1 Ramhorn and also Ratbat, mimicking what is a 2-second scene in the movie, but it counts, so I get it at the end. And this this also gets you, Ramhorn is completely brand new, and we made sure that Ratbat will have his boosters. Perceptor as well has a bit of extra tooling in it because Hasui-san wanted to bulk him up to match his animation design just a little bit
Halfway
more.
there.
So at some point we'll have that future reveal. I hope you guys are excited for it.
Yeah, and by at some point he means next month at New York Toy Fair.
Oh yes, there's that.
So all of the items that we're talking about in terms of Space Bridge reveals today will be on display at New York Toy Fair for in-hand physical models.
Continuing our sort of deep dive into Devastation, and I think this is one that everybody's kind of been yelling at us about. We kind of have our Troop Builder pack, which is our Elite Decepticon Ground Unit and Seeker. So yeah, they are partials. They come with the unique weapons and heads. I think you guys will enjoy them. Ooh, okay. So, how did we say his name?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So this is Carnivac and Fist Iron, and that's how we got around that. So we know what his name is supposed to be, but he is now Fist Iron. But yeah, so this is one that Mark worked on. He was super excited. I think as long as I have known Mark, he's been trying to get him on, get these figures made. So this will be super exciting to get out there. Oh, okay. Slugslinger and Sandstorm. Handsome Face Sandstorm is what we call him internally.
Okay.
What is his non-handsome face?
He has a battle mask, so you don't see the mouth.
Got it. So it's really the mouth.
New
that's like-
Slugslinger or
Oh, Misfire? Is it?
No, that is Slugslinger.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I may have pulled the wrong picture.
No, you
Okay.
didn't. Okay. I do confuse the three, so I apologize if I do. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. So obviously this year is a big anniversary for Transformer Cybertron. Yeah. So we wanted to do something, and talking to the Takara Tomy team, they were like, oh, well, we really want to do Sideways. Noise Maze in Japanese, for those that know this character, was actually Ajima-san back in the day when I had asked him, what's your favorite Transformer figure you ever worked on? He said Noise Maze, and off the top of my head I was like, what the hell is Noise Maze? so I had to Google it, I was like, oh, it's Sideways. Oh, okay. So we're doing a brand new Sideways figure, and of course to partner with him, we are also doing, if you wouldn't mind clicking, so we have Excellion as well. So obviously this will be a redeco of Hotshot, but yeah, I hope you guys look forward to these figures. They're a lot of fun. Is that everything?
I think that was everything.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, okay.
No, we just flew through that. So, as we mentioned, new product will be on display starting at 12:30 in booth 4002. If you don't know where it is, look for the Roosevelt's booth, and we're tucked in right behind them. It's a great mile marker. So we actually have a decent amount of time left.
We got about 15
I
minutes.
apologize, you were right. We did not have enough material for a full hour panel, just that PowerPoint presentation. So we can take some questions if anybody has questions about a wide variety of things. And if it's something that I can't answer or won't let Evan answer because our PR team will be very disappointed in us, we will say, please would you like to choose another question to ask? Sound fair?
Would you mind picking out the people to answer?
Yes,
while I work
perfect.
on it?
All right, so we'll work our way back this way, I think. We got time for a lot of these. All right, front row friends, what you got for me?
Go ahead. You first. Or whoever.
Oh, sorry. I noticed Leo Kaiser in multiple different poses. It looked like the front of their feet actually tilted left and right instead of just up and down.
Yep,
What
they-
sort of joints were used for that?
They have ankle hinges as well. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah, don't worry. Like, as we've been doing going forward, we want to make sure that everybody's got ankle hinges, like, just so that they can be sturdy. I know, like, a lot of our early Titans didn't have them, and whenever I tried to pose out that Metroplex, I'm like, what do I do with this? So, yeah, that's something that we try to make sure to add in now going forward. And I think all of our modern combiners as well also have ankle hinges, so it's just a standard.
Oh, you were mentioning the weight previously and looking
Yeah.
at that adjustment. So they are stable in that regard?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. You'll see how big his feet are down at the panel, so he can definitely handle all the weight.
Oh, and before I forget, because I definitely will, let me show our team at home has worked so hard to bring this project to life. So if it's okay, I'm gonna do a pan video like this, and if everybody wants to cheer and look like you're really excited, our team would be so happy. All right, sound decent?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, ready? Okay.
Space Police Policeman. I like the Zuko and Gundam from this movie, but I have a hard time wanting to watch it with the whole ethnic cleansing of Earth invaders being portrayed as sympathetic. Space Police Policeman. I like the Zuko and
Yeah, I
Gundam
haven't
from
seen
this
the
movie, but I have a hard time wanting to watch it with the whole ethnic cleansing of Earth invaders being portrayed as sympathetic.
We won't have have any detail, but we also have cutouts of all the individual characters.
It's very
with
much
the deco,
just
so
the
you will be able
designs
to
for
see
me.
them,
I'll
and they are roughly
watch the
scaled
movie
to
eventually, I
correct
suppose.
size. So, and at some point, I think I can also.
One as well.
It's a delicate model, but I will probably take him apart and build him and let everybody see him at some point, just to spice it up over
Yeah.
a couple days that we're here.
We like spicy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Polar Claw.
Spice it
building.
up. So they'll have models.
Will, will we only see Leo Kaiser in combined mode on the show floor, or will we maybe see him separated?
Great news for you.
Well, so we also brought a block model. So we'll be able to put the individual bots in block model, but they won't have any detail, but we also have cutouts of all the individual characters with the deco, so you will be able to see them, and they are roughly scaled to the correct size. So, and at some point, I think I can also, it's a delicate model, but I will probably take him apart and build him and let everybody see him at some point, just to spice it up over a couple days that we're here.
We like spicy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Polar Claw. When is it gonna come?
Eventually, I'll say. He comes up every once in a while. And it's always hard when they're not like a mainstay character that showed up in the animation, but I definitely think Polar Claw is a possibility.
Those.
Alright, several hands back in this area. Knock your socks off. Whoever wants to go first.
Whatever QA issues probably were around, yes, it will probably be fixed.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Okay. I'm unaware of this, so I'll have to double check with Mark.
We will pay attention. Alright, yes. Our order amongst yourselves back there. We'll get to all of you.
I have a question to the devastation theories. Are there going to be car ones? Is there going to be a retool burnout?
You are 100% correct. Yes, it's a partial off of that. Yeah. And then the Seeker mold is the Earthrise Seeker version of. Is that Dirge? I can't remember. Yeah. No, so the Pretender character will not come with the shell, and he's actually a partial off of Wolfwire. So he's using the old Headmaster gimmick instead. No, they fixed that. I can 100% confirm they fixed that.
Yes, whoever else?
Which figure in general? Just in general, like. Just like how we start, or like
2, 8.
Well, so like a lot of people ask me that, and it's just like designing robot and vehicle mode. Where do you start? And it's the answer to that is you start with both, so that you have a rough idea of like what fits where, going both ways. A lot of times it depends. It's a case by case sort of example, because when you start with a beast, obviously you have to start with a beast character first, and that's where a lot of that form factor is coming from. But with a vehicle and a robot, you usually have a rough idea of, okay, I want them to be about this tall, and the vehicle's looking like this. Let me start putting these parts over here, see how things are folding. It's always difficult to kind of just be generalized about this, but it takes about 18 months, and when you're starting to design, you start with blocks. Like, you start with the roughest shapes imaginable, and you do not do detail until you figure out that the form and the function actually works. And then after that is when you start digging in and adding the details. So normally when we start, and you'll see it down in our booth when I bring out the block model, everybody looks like they're just slathered in like cream in a way. Like they're just all smooth and there's no real hard edges, and that's just because that's how you figure out like how everything folds and goes into itself. I hope that was an okay answer.
That's a good question. All right, yes, our two friends back in this section.
Yeah, a Marauder Megatron, I think is what you're referencing. Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. Because one, it's like, we brought Wasp out, right? And everybody's kind of been asking about that. So I definitely think it's possible that we'll look to the past and kind of look at some of the old models that never made it to production and maybe trickle them into mainline. I know the Bumblebee movie Megatron that Sam worked on with Yuya-san, like they looked at that Marauder animated Megatron, and that was like a big heavy basis for how that figure came to be. So yeah, we're definitely always looking at that stuff, so I definitely think it's possible that we finally bring out some of that stuff that just never made it to market.
All right, friend on the aisle way who's been very patient. Yes, please.
Just out of curiosity, would there two questions, if that's all right?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
First is going to be about you said there was going to be a hard to Bumblebee.
Yes. No, I can tell you that, sadly. But I mean, folks out on the internet will probably have you covered. So. Oh, yeah, the Steamboat Shockwave. I would say yes, because that was something Mark wanted to make really badly at one point. At one point, he was trying to get that into mainline, and it didn't make sense. So with everything he had going on, so yes, that's definitely possible. I think. How I'm going to put this is, what Timelines is right now is almost like a test, and I think if any of these segments do well, you can definitely see us dipping a toe back into those universes and timelines, and maybe they'll start showing up more in like mainline. Because obviously there was a Prowl, there was a Ratchet, there was a bunch of great Timelines design, Hearts of Steel designs that were in the comics and could show up again.
Cool, great questions. All right, friends back in this section, please and thank you. Police yourself. We'll get to you all.
So, quick question about like gamers.
Yeah.
I was curious. Do you guys thinking of opening, expanding past devastation into other games, or also existence, and also or thinking not say Transformers Prime game or even Transformers Universe, which has some great designs.
Oh yeah, I definitely think that's a possibility. I know people have asked me about like a Titan-sized Thunderwing from that Transformers Prime game, and I think I think that could totally be a possibility. Another thing as well is maybe like the live-action movie games that had a bunch of unique characters. That's also possible. Everybody always talks about the Shockwave from those games and also the Warpath, because those were great designs, and I think those can definitely end up in studio series at some point.
Let's go back to the Commodore 64 version.
Oh yeah. Or even the NES version where it's just the floating Decepticon shield as a boss, and you're just like, there, well, that's all we'll do.
Friends back there. We still got 10 minutes. And if we don't get to your question, you can come by the booth and ask it there.
So, obviously, it's not the easiest thing to create a toy that can look good in two different shapes. Are there any interesting ideas that you had that you had to scrap because you just couldn't get the mechanics of it to work?
I'll say yes. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but yes, that has definitely happened where I think once or twice we've had to cut something out or cut a character just because we couldn't get it to work in the scale that we thought was appropriate, and then essentially something that maybe was a deluxe and couldn't fit into a deluxe and maybe had to be a Voyager, but all of our Voyager SKUs were kind of filled at the moment, so the character kind of has to wait a little bit longer. That does happen pretty constantly, but you always have like a rough idea going in. It's like, no, I think we can do this. But then when you start digging into it and you see, it's like, oh no, we cannot get this here. This is not gonna work. We gotta save this for later. That definitely does happen. But then they usually do see the light of day a little bit later. So it's a little bit hard for me to actually pick out which ones. But I'm sure I'll think of one later if you pop by the booth.
Red gloves. I like your vibe.
Oh, I don't know where that rumor came from. I definitely, yeah. Oh, everybody just thinks that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Perhaps at some point, like a leader scale version of an IDW Fort Max would be great. We'd have to do a rung as well, though, just because everybody needs their therapist. But yeah, I think at some point, we really need to dig into some of those IDW designs because they're just fantastic. So I think they're definitely on the table. Well, we did one. We gotta do the rest, but yeah. It's a little hard to sell into marketing a character that turns into an electric chair, okay? It's just a little difficult.
Marketing as a medical bed.
Oh, yeah, or just, maybe nickel. Nickel's probably as close as we can get.
Let's see. Ooh, gold lame jacket.
Yeah. So as Transformers Studio Series continues to go on, it's been running since like 2017, I think.
That sounds right, yeah.
Is it possible that we'll see more niche movie characters as time goes on? Like, let's say Dispense or
the Mountain Dew robot.
Yes! We want the Spencer!
Yeah, that's a licensing nightmare. Okay. I think that's definitely possible. And also, like, obviously we have a couple anniversaries coming up for movies, and we're trying to always make sure that we tie in some figure releases to those anniversaries. So I definitely think that's possible, and I also think it's possible that a couple characters might get redos that maybe because they weren't done as well back then when they should have been. But yeah, I think that's definitely on the table.
Excellent. All right, friend all the way in the back, and then we'll work our way up this way and switch this way. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Would you guys be willing to have a fan vote for one more Autobot, more Decepticon for the timeless world?
Absolutely. I think at some point in the future, that's definitely the plan. So I completely agree with you. Trust me, I stan Ironhide. So, and the biggest thing with Broadside is just figuring out how big he needs to be. Oh, sure, it fits in a garage. Good luck with that.
Crossover with Broadside.
We can figure that out sometime.
Put that 4-foot tall Metroplex to shame.
Sorry, I just got a bunch of messages from my team being like, you need to fix the things wrong with the website already. Over here, please.
Yes.
I'd say absolutely. If there's anything our marketers love, it's cassettes. So, yeah, which modern kids have no idea what those are, but that's great. It doesn't matter. They still sell.
Let's see. In the front, please.
Design question for you. So you kind of acknowledged some of the third-party aftermarket stuff going on, and obviously you want to repaint stuff as much as possible, but you can't always get to it. Is there any consideration given to like customizing and stuff? You know, because you gave us the extra Inferno head that turned into Scavenger. That was great, but also like you wanted to color swap that figure with all pins.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Swapping pin technique.
So the question that you're asking me
Pins
though.
versus screws, like, you give any consideration, like, let's make it easier for the fans to take apart so they can repaint that seeker 20 million times more on their own, you know?
Interesting.
We'll 20 more star screens and they'll repaint it with the...
Well, I mean, yeah. When you make a Seeker mold or any one of the car molds, it's just like, we're going to get 20 uses out of this. I will say, I don't think we think too much about the customization market, but maybe that's something we should do going forward. Like, I don't know if we would ever release something that is just matte gray primer ready for you to go, but maybe we will. Maybe that's something we look into. Yeah, but then maybe it comes with all the extra heads or something like that. Maybe that's something we can look into. I think more screws, less pins. Okay, good to know.
This nice human, please.
Can you get more minicons, please?
Yes, I think as we keep diving deeper into Armada, I think we owe you all minicons.
Yes.
I think that's definitely something that we'll get out there for you. Yeah, I mean, you got to get the combiner minicons out there at least.
Let's see. This nice friend with the jacket and the side. Yes.
So with so much Cybertron and the anniversary stuff, if you were to make a Cybertron Optimus Prime, would it be a re-release of Galaxy Upgrade, or would it be a new one?
If we do one, it will be new. And that's something that I know that our team is pushing for and that Takara Tomy is pushing for. I will say I wouldn't expect him this year, but maybe some point in the future, because I think one of the big things about him that everybody misses and wants is to make sure we get the combining limb gimmick and the backpack gimmick that he had. So that's definitely something that hopefully in the future we can get out there.
Let's see. Friend. Ooh, nice hat.
So, with the 13, aside from Battlestar Convoy and the following very known designs in both Royal and the what is the design of the various buildings that aren't as publicized?
Well, so I'll have to speak for Mark, because Mark is the one that's kind of handling all this. He digs in deep to one. I think The Covenant of Primus is one of his favorite Transformer lore books, so he always starts there, but then he starts pulling from all the other various incarnations of the characters, and that's where he starts working from. I will say a lot of the original... So those Prime figures, I believe the first three, so Solus, Prima, and Megatronus, were done by him and Yuya, and then Shusan did the Star Convoy, and then I believe it's going to be a bunch of the other Takara Tomy designers working with Mark to make the others. But they all came together, and there is like a cohesive vision behind them, and they're all really cool. So the first half that you guys will see this year hopefully lives up to your expectations, and then next year you'll get the rest of them, and they will also be fantastic. And I think a few times you'll be looking at the alt modes and be like, huh. But I do think they're referenced in a lot of our lore, so there's a lot of deep cuts for them. And hopefully that answers your question.
So we are officially out of panel time, but for any of you that have questions remaining, please feel free to come by the booth and we will be happy to answer them to the best of our abilities. In the last 40 minutes, we have gotten 1,300 backers for the HasLab. So thank you guys all for spending part of your morning/afternoon with us. We are so appreciative. Make sure you come by the booth at 12:30 or later to see Leo Kaiser in person.
Sorry. Here you go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It happens. One of the pulse graphics that they sent me to double check went out with Hellbat as the spelling. Ooh, yeah.
Fantastic. So actually, very strong. Dropping my phone.
Lipstick. Oh. It looks like an old-timey cigarette holder.
Yeah.
Like I'm a classy broad.
When the missile thing isn't in his mouth, does it go somewhere else? Or is there that's the only place to store it?
It only stores in his mouth as of right now, but I believe you might be able to move his hand. No, yeah, I think it only stores in his mouth.
Can you turn him around?
Yeah, of course, dude. Here you go. I might have put the shoulders on backwards. I apologize.
He's got a shark butt.
Yeah, he's got a shark butt. Yeah. If anything, you can flip it upside down. It's a Jaws poster.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's like
He looks great. So glad he's articulation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I have to stop at one leg. It's getting a little bit late here. Naturally been building all day. I'm going to cut my audio, browser audio here, because I'm going to be watching some stuff that's a little bit copyrighted. And I don't need that to come across on the feed.
Space Police Policeman. Pretty darn intricate for an HG.
Yeah.
Space Police Policeman. Pretty darn intricate for an HG.
It really is. There's a lot going on here. It's not real great complexity, obviously, but it's certainly upper end for a high grade. I keep finding pieces that I forgot to cut out. Like this one, C6. That is a very complicated leg. I think I had a full inner frame. I guess the heart is too big for the tunnel. this. literally over here laughing at the empty air from your perspectives. Anybody watching this, I do apologize. This little red piece here gets, so traditionally in the Gundam, there's a V on the waist, basically right about there, right about here. On here, it's a very, very, very tiny V on the tip of this red piece. The sticker is very tiny and it's very loose as well. That's not going to stick, I doubt. But anyway, that's where it's at now. That's what I was just applying.
Transformers. Sup. Too many Transformers. Sup. Too many
Welcome.
Transformers. How ya doing? Too many Transformers. How ya doing?
Sorry, I don't know why it does that. I tried to fix the bot so it doesn't repeat everything twice. I got it to work one time and then it's just right back to where it was. So anyway, I'm doing well. Welcome to my stream.
Too many Transformers. I'm building a somewhat Gundam. Too many Transformers. I'm building a somewhat Gundam.
A somewhat Gundam. Okay. What you got?
Too many Transformers.
I missed a piece.
That's okay. Too many Transformers. That's okay.
Well, I'm just watching anime off screen here, biding my time. While I work
Too
on
many
this.
Transformers. It's a her 29. Too many Transformers. It's a her 29. Too many Transformers. Yet. Too many Transformers. Yet. Too many Transformers. YT. Too many Transformers. YT.
It's a UR. So YT29, is that what you're trying to? I'm not familiar with this, whatever this is. Which way does this go? Dip points. Out.
Too many Transformers. Sorry, autocorrect. Too many Transformers. Sorry, autocorrect.
I got that, but I'm just not sure what it is you're actually describing. Okay. Over the shoulder thing. Let's put the gun.
Too many Transformers. It's okay. Too many Transformers. It's okay.
Congratulations on whatever it is you're building. It's fun.
Too many Transformers. I'll stay on the live, but I'm also building at the same time. I'll still hang around. Too many Transformers. I'll stay on the live, but I'm also building at the same time. I'll still hang around.
This flexible part, finally. Enjoy your build. I'm getting close to done here myself. Just gotta finish building all the accessories. Okay, that's clever. That's not gonna use a rubber as this ammo belt. Let's see, D16. The age of the primes is over. Oh, that's the frame.
Too many transformers. Do you know how to fix a stress mark? Not the nipper kind but the kind where you accidentally bend a piece? Too many transformers. Do you know how to fix a stress mark? Not the nipper kind but the kind where you accidentally bend a piece?
For that, I think the best you can do is to try to sand it a little bit, but you're probably just gonna have to paint over it. I've done that myself, but never attempted to fix the issue, but that would be my solution. That or just ignore it. I've done that. For a fact, but heat may help as well. Let a blow dryer over it at moderate temperature, soften it a little bit, might help, but don't do that for a fact. That's just a thought.
Too many transformers. Sorry, I can't hear you. Too many transformers. Sorry, I can't hear you.
So the solutions I offered,
Too many transformers. I don't think your mic is close enough. Too many transformers. I don't think your mic is close enough.
I had pushed it away. The solutions I had offered, basically the only things I can think of are trying to sand it down a little bit, smooth it out. That's not a guarantee. This depending on how dark the plastic is, how the shape of the stress mark. That may not be enough to fix it. That's a solution. But you can try that. You can try applying a little bit of heat from a blow dryer or a heat gun or something. Again, that's purely my speculation as to what might be a fix. But that's something to think about. And the other thing, the easiest way probably, if it's straight otherwise, could just try painting over it.
Too many transformers. It's a V-fin. Too many transformers. It's a V-fin. Too many transformers. Okay.
The most
Too many
part.
transformers. Okay. Too many transformers. Thanks. Too many transformers. Thanks.
Yeah, the most important part of a Gundam. Depending on the plastic color, may be able to, heat it up a little bit with a blow dryer or something and smooth it out. I don't know for sure. That's just my thoughts. Otherwise, like I said, paint is probably the most effective method for that. Something doesn't seem aligned correctly here. I got this upside down, that's what it was. Yeah, that's better. Okay, there we go. It's very loose in the backpack there, but whatever. Other than that, it's good. Okay, and then the beam saber rack is what's left. And the gun and the shield. Ugh. Home stretch. Home stretch.
Too many Transformers. Can't wait for the result. Too many Transformers. Can't wait for the result.
Appreciate it.
Too many Transformers. Are you exited for Gundam Koyuyuyuyuyuyux? Too many Transformers. Are you exited for Gundam Koyuyuyuyuyux? Too many Transformers. And the planed Hollywood movie. Too many Transformers. And the planed Hollywood movie.
Oh yeah, definitely looking forward to G-Clocks. I'm coordinating with some friends to go see it. The movie, indifferent. Live action adaptations of anime are hit or miss. We'll see how We'll see how it turns out. Basically, is how my stance on that. I don't instantly hate it like a lot of people. So that's something. I'm just like, we'll see. goes on the back here. Yeah, okay. So it pops up and he's got 3 beam sabers to pull out. Fancy. And then, of course, the machine gun on the shoulder there. It's a very decked out Gundam. Okay, the gun, shield, and more beam saber. Well, it's just the beam saber handles, I guess. His hands cut out while I'm at it. Can't hurt to have an extra beam saber. D4 is going to be the handle. D5. Handle for the shield. What's D3? Doesn't come up in any pegs. I assume it's for something. Maybe I missed something? Because this is not a duplicated runner, and they're unique for this kit. It's gotta be something, I'm just not seeing what.
Too many Transformers. I hate it when the product images of a Gundam show a different color from what it really is. Too many Transformers. I hate it when the product images of a Gundam show a different color from what it really is.
Well, maybe it's variant or something, or just gotta do some paint work. I don't know. Okay, these are all the pieces I have left. This will be the gun. Oh, it's a stand adapter, okay. That's why it's not, I haven't come across it yet. That makes sense. Okay, crisis averted. art. Need another coat there, but that's better than the stickers were. Need a clean Q-tip here. To clean this up. Alright, so it's done. This doesn't store anywhere, does it? Oh, shit. Guess not. Okay.
Too many Transformers. Nice. Too many Transformers. Nice.
A little bit of detailing to clean up on the shield here, but the stickers were awful, so I don't regret that. And that's it for me.
Too many Transformers. I have seen 2 episodes of Requiem for Vengeance. Too many Transformers. I have seen 2 episodes of Requiem for Vengeance.
Well, that's more than I've seen. I just got it because it looked cool. I might go back and watch it, I don't know. I mean, I should. I just didn't pick it up for that reason. It's gonna be a very difficult part to...
Too many Transformers. I'm building a kit that is 99.9% stickers.
Oof.
Too many Transformers. I'm building a kit that is 99.9% stickers.
That's rough. I'm sorry. You know, I feel like it kind of works being shipped there, so I'll just let that ride. So let me go ahead and take a photograph. Everything. Symbol. the Gundam. Dun, 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 dun. That was quite the complicated build. It's got the shoulder cannon, that's cool. 3 beam sabers you can choose from on the back. Attachment joints are a little loose there. Might see about gluing those in, I don't know. A lot of detail. Very high level of detail. That's nice. Not quite full inner frame, but almost full inner frame on the legs and the arms. Chest too was very layered. It's a very layered build, so that's cool. The head is very non-Gundam. Yeah. Some spin panel lining. I think it'll look nice and nice. Then it's the shield. The gold on there is a bit rough, but that's what it is. I'll get you a picture in the light box, and then I'm going to call it a night. That's better. So you can see what I'm doing. There's my mic is way on the other side of the room from me. I'm just taking some photos of the light box, just so that I can say that I did. Let's do the reddish tint. Let's switch up the background. What's a good gritty color? Gray could work. Gray's a good color. blocking the view. I'm sorry. Okay.
Too many Transformers. That's okay. Too many Transformers. That's okay.
Other hand is right here.
Too many Transformers. Where did you get that? Too
It
many
was-
Transformers. Where did you get that?
Christmas gift, but also Amazon. Say, I wish I had open hands. Beam saber handle. And I get a beam saber effect part. Beam sabers. Beam sabers never change. Alright, that's a few cursory pictures. I can take more once I've detailed it, which I plan to do eventually. For now, I'm going to call that a night. Thank you very much for coming out. I stream every Saturday, in theory, around 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Sometimes other nights, like today I streamed last night, and I streamed technically
Too
earlier
many
today.
Transformers. Do you do this every Saturday?
Yeah,
Too
the
many
idea is every Saturday at 9 p.m.
Do you do this every Saturday?
In theory. 9 p.m. Eastern every Saturday is the idea. Doesn't always pan out. I hadn't built in 2 weeks, so I was off
Too
for
many
2 weeks, so I
Transformers.
came back and did
You're
double this
welcome.
week.
Too many Transformers. You're welcome.
Yeah. So it was several weeks since my last build, so I did a double. I did
many
a stream yesterday
Transformers.
and then another one today.
What are you building next week? Too many
Those-
Transformers. What are you building next week?
The Zaku from from Requiem for Vengeance. Unless I change my mind, but that's the idea. I've got a bit of a backlog here. I mean, who doesn't have a backlog? But I was supposed to build at one point the Nobel Gundam. I got that before everything else on this pile, but I'm holding off on that one. So, and I got
too many Transformers. Can't wait. Too many Transformers. Can't wait. Too many Transformers. Okay, I'ma call it a night. Too
There's
many
also my
Transformers.
namesake, Comrade Kuga,
Okay, I'ma call it a
Ultimate
night.
form, but I need to wait for. I
Too
need to
many
build another couple
Transformers.
forms of him.
Nice. Too many
The other thing in my
Transformers.
backlog.
Nice.
This just came in this week. Is the Dragon Gundam, Premium Bandai. So got a little bit of a G backlog. So Nobel, Dragon, and I've got the God Gundam built, high grade. It was one of my earlier builds, so I'll probably need to spruce that up. But yeah, that's my backlog. And I built Mini-Pla Boom Boomja Rover earlier today / yesterday. I'll get more of those. I've got a big shipment that I need to get shipped of various Mini-Pla adjacent stuff. But yeah, next build will be
Too many Transformers.
the Zaku.
Those look so cool. Too many Transformers. Those look so cool.
Yeah. Zaku 2, F-Type, Solari from Requiem for Vengeance will be next, and then we'll play it by ear after that. So, thank you very much for coming out. I've been King Kuga. I stream every Saturday, I hope. I'll be back. Goodbye.